Okay, there goes the 5 minutes preparatory signal for the 8-meter World Cup race 3. This is race 3 and day 2, although we have been already 4 days into the regatta. 2 ladies following each other because of the bad weather, but now we are ready to continue in perfect conditions at Airistop. And less than 5 minutes for the next start, and the overall standings at the moment after 2 races is Switzerland, Jean Fabre skipper Equem 2, the modern boat, leading the pack with 2 first places from Monday. Werner Doering, Austria, on the boat Pandora, second with 7 points. Eckhard Kaller, Germany, on Starling Burgess, also with 7 points. Then Dutch Falcon with Jan Willem Ipma at the helm in 4th place with 8 points, and the best Finnish contender Harry Rochier on Luna with 13 points in 5th place. And 6th is the all-female team IF, skippered by Selma Valjus. And that's the standings before race 3, which is about to begin, and we will be following it closely just above the starting line. Okay, and the fleet is waiting for the 1 minute warning signal, which is about to come in 3 seconds. There we go. And it's 2 rounds, 2 laps in this race 3. The aim is to complete 3 races today, and hence time is money, and rather quick races to get going and complete 3 of them during this second day is the target for the race committee, and everything's ready. Let's see how eager the boats are today crossing the start line. General recalls would be delaying the schedule, but soon we're gonna see who's gonna get the best spot. There's Luna, Finn 17 in a very good position, German boat Anne-Sophie furthest down to the pin end, Pandora K35 in the middle of the line, looking very strong, and that's the start. It's a clean start, so everybody's doing well. Doing well on the start line. Nobody was too early, and hence the race is on its way. Finnish entry Sagitta in the second row has to tack away from dirty air. Same for full market 22. And closest to us here is gate 23 Severn, the German entry. All female team, Norwegian 27 with Finnish crew on board. Also on board deck trying to find a clean lane. Next to them is the local entry Sphinx, Fin 4. Also didn't succeed in this start and are starting the chase from the back of the pack. The top contenders seem to be heading for the left side. There is Dutch Falcon, which started closer to the committee boat but is heading on starboard to the left side of the course at the moment. Let's see what Bauer-Becking on board as the tactician will decide later on. He's been smelling the winds very well so far in this tricky water area, and they've been really on top of their tactics in the first two races on Monday, and a good start again. Let's see who's furthest left. There is Luna with Harry Rochier rather far out on the left side of the fleet at the moment, looking pretty good in clean air. There are 4 or 5 other boats around her, but she's looking very good. Also Anne-Sophie, the German entry, in a good position, while we are following the boats towards the upper mark and taking a little break from the camera rib for now. Okay, connection back to the camera rig, and we are at the top mark of the first upwind leg of race 3, and the fleet is entering the upwind mark area pretty soon. There was a big split. The boats that succeeded better on the start line were all heading to the left side of the course, as the chasing pack headed to the right, and at least the all-female crew on IF has succeeded very well on the right side of the race course and is not far off the leaders at the moment. It looks like, less surprisingly, the Swiss entry Iquem, the modern 8 meter, is reaching the top mark first, while Starling Burgess, which also came more on the right side of the course, is doing very well just in front of and below Iquem. Behind the Swiss boat comes Pandora from Austria and Luna from Finland. Luna looking slightly stronger at the moment, and behind them we have the Dutch entry Falcon. That's the top group. Also Anne-Sophie, the German Neptune class entry, is doing really well on this first leg. And now the starboard boats, first two ones already on the ley line, but Iquem takes the lead at the top mark, and then it's very close between Pandora and Starling Burgess and Luna. Looks like the German Starling Burgess is reaching the mark second, and then it's time for Luna, Pandora and the ladies on IF. From the right hand side, Luna has to give way to Pandora, which is tacking now underneath the ladies, and Luna has to take the stern of IF as well. So Iquem in the lead, Starling Burgess second, Pandora third, IF fourth, Luna fifth, and then a little bit of a gap, and then it's Anne-Sophie, Falcon and the Finnish entry Sagitta entering the top mark zone next. Here go the ladies right next to us. Skipper Selma Valius calling the shots on the deck, while Vivi Moisio at the helm, and then it's Harry Rochier and his crew on Luna. We have to make way for the pack of boats coming next. Not used to this many spectator boats, but everything's going smoothly. So top 5 already around the offset mark, while the chasing pack of 4 boats, Anne-Sophie, Falcon, Severn and Sagitta, coming next to the spinnaker set. And the weather is simply perfect, couldn't be better. Sun is shining, 5 meters, probably 10 knots roughly in the wind, and no big gusts so far. And behind Severn, which is now in the 9th position, there's a big gap to the next one. They are reaching the top mark only now. And that is, we can't see the sail numbers. There is Finnish entry Ildrim at the mark right now, while next to us we have Fulmar And behind Fulmar there's Sphinx, the Turku entry, skipped by Antti Toukolehto and the young team. And Ilderim 2 from Sweden is rounding the top mark now. And leaders are splitting into two again. 4 boats on port tack already, and Luna still carrying on starboard tack or jibe. Big differences on the first upwind leg, so clearly there were things happening on the left side. There was a little bit of a lull for a while. The boats were standing pretty upright for quite a while the right side was giving a more steady pressure, and then you add the shifts, which are rather difficult to spot from a moving spectator boat. But Airiston never lets the sailors down. There are always surprises and constant shifts, so tactically a very demanding piece of water for the yacht racing. We have German Germania 3 next to us at the offset mark setting the spinnaker. Behind them is Katriina from Finland. And then comes setting spinnaker now is another German entry, which is Ayana, a beautifully varnished Sierra class boat. And then comes Kim Wekström on Sphinx, fin 6, and behind them there's Andromeda and Iroquois, the last two ones in the race so far. Katriina jibing straight away on port, so did Windy, while Ayana carries on starboard, and so does Vågspel. Until now they are jibing to port, and for now the wind feels again rather light. There are little patches here and there, but the course seems to be favoring the port jibe pretty early, so the jibing at the top mark is probably a good idea, and also heading for the side of the course which was giving steadier pressure on the first upwind leg. Anyway, this is top mark done, and we will follow the fleet down to the bottom gate, and for now back to the studio. Mikki auki. Pippuripurkki, pippuripurkki. The bottom gate and the first two boats have gone round. They separated Iquem from Switzerland, taking the right hand side, heading for the left side of the beat, and German Starling Burgess on port tack now, heading to the right side of the race course, and third at the German Anne-Sophie, a Neptune class classic, doing really well at the moment. And behind them, taking the same mark, is the Finnish all-female team on IF, the Norwegian boat, taking the spinnaker down right now. And at the same time with them, there's Luna heading to the other mark on our left, looking up to the wind. And ahead of Luna there is Austrian Pandora in the seemingly lighter breeze. The wind has dropped since the start quite a bit. Luna's rounding the mark nicely and getting the inner position against Pandora in front of them, while If and Sophie are heading to the right, and Starling Burgess already has tacked to starboard to cover Luna and Pandora on the left side and taking the middle. Let's see what the ladies on If and the German Anne-Sophie are thinking to do. The ladies came very well on the right side of the course on the first beat, so whether that would work this time again remains to be seen. And more or less at the same time at the gate there's Fulmar now on port tack, and Severn taking the other mark and heading on starboard to the left side of the course. Luna has tacked to port already to cross and head more to the right side of the course. If is carrying on, so is Anne-Sophie on port tack. Falcon, the Dutch entry with Bauer-Becking calling the shots, just tacks on starboard and is heading left, taking the stern of Luna, and Finnish Sagitta's rounding goes a bit wide at the gate, but they're also heading to right, struggling to get the spinnaker down, and not the smoothest rounding this time. Next one reaching the gate will be Ildrim with Pea Stellander at the helm, flying the Helsingfors Segelsällskap flag, Helsinki Yacht Club. And then a pack of 3 boats with Germania 3 and Sphinx. Yeah, this is Fulmar now at the gate. I probably called Falcon, mistaking them with Fulmar, so sorry for that. Now Sphinx on starboard tack and on the second upwind leg. Following boats reaching the mark will be Windy from Finland and another German entry, Ayana, and then Finnish Andromeda with the Swedish sail numbers S23, black sails, taking the spinnaker down. That's Max Nordlund at the helm. And then there is Vågspel, Katrina and Iroquois and Ilderim 2 reaching the bottom mark as well, and everybody's then around and on the second beat, and we will be moving on towards the top mark again and taking a little break from the rib back to the studio. Second top mark, Iquem has gone around the top mark already in a nice clear lead. However, Starling Burgess is not giving up easily and is leading their own class, of course, and overall second, heading for the last downwind leg, which is the final leg of this race 3. Here is Starling Burgess rounding the top mark, and at the background the ladies on If. They came again on the right side of the course, doing really well and picking up a couple. They have sailed really well the both upwind legs and found more pressure on the right hand side. However, now overlaying the mark quite a bit at the top mark, but are coming on port, and they have to give way to the ladies who have taken third place overall in this race. Chasing Starling Burgess, and then Pandora coming behind the ladies, the Austrian entry, while Anne-Sophie, who also went with the ladies to the right side of the beat, they coming next and lying 5th overall in this race, and behind them there's the Finnish entry Luna. They were more on the left side of the course and lost significantly to If on this second beat, and so did Falcon, the Dutch entry, and Sagitta from Finland, who are coming next to the top mark. There's Luna easing their sheets right now, heading for the offset mark and then setting the spinnakers, while the top contenders with clear gaps between them, Iquem, Starling Burgess and If, are already on the spinnaker, while Pandora is hoisting theirs as we speak. Then it's Anne-Sophie 5th, Luna 6th, Sagitta and Falcon reaching the mark next. Sagitta tacking now to starboard, and Falcon has to give way to them. Looks like there's a protest flag flying on Falcon's backstay. Not aware what situation is behind that. Then there's a bit of a gap, and then Germania 3 and Severn getting close to the top mark with Ilderim behind them. The queue has been stretched quite a bit more again, so the gaps are getting wider, the reach are getting richer. Here goes Falcon, which is probably not ideal position for them considering how well they were doing day 1, and there's only one downwind leg more to go, not so much to do in the catching up. Sagitta driving immediately at the offset mark, setting their kite, and so does hang on, no, Falcon is not jibing yet. The boom was just coming over for a while, and they carry on starboard while Sagitta chose the port jibe, following Luna in front of them. And somewhere in the middle are Pandora, If and Anne-Sophie, already all three jibed to port. And behind us there is there are the next two boats, Germania 3 coming to the offset mark and hoist right now, and then Severn behind them. Two Neptune class yachts with wooden rigs and white sails and bronze winches. That's the difference between the Sierra and the Neptune classes. Sierra boats are allowed to fly the carbon sails, a bit more performance in theory, but it's pleasant to see how the Neptune boats are doing really well against the Sierra class, and my personal view is that the white sails just simply look nicer on the water. But that's my opinion only. Ildrim hoisting their spinnaker right now behind us, and then there's Sphinx rounding the top mark, full mar, and there's Windy and Vågspel closing the top mark, Katrina, Sphinx, sorry, no, that's German Ayana. Sphinx is already around the top mark, and then we have Andromeda in front of us, still on the second beat, not their best day today, followed by Iroquois, and then Swedish Vari and Swedish Ildrim 2 still on their way, while we start heading to the bottom of the race course and the finishing line. We want to see the top contenders finishing, and we could take a little break from the rib now and back to the studio. Onko mikki auki?
Kyllä.
Okay, race 1 today is getting to the finish. Iquem, the Swiss modern entry, already finished, and next crossing the finish line will be German Starlingberger's convincing performance today in the first race. She was closer to Iquem today than the rest of the pack, and that is a convincing sign of their performance today. There is the hood for the German team, and then a little bit of a gap, and then close pack coming next with on the top mark. The third place was in the hands of the all-female team from Finland on this Norwegian beautiful boat. Getting close to the finish line now, and looks like the ladies have been able to maintain their third place overall in this race, which is their best score so far. They were lying 5th before today with a 6th and a 7th position from Monday, but now the all-female team is stepping up their pace, and amazing third place in their sight. Behind them there is Anne-Sophie, the German Neptune class boat, very close to the ladies, but behind, and then comes Pandora, the Austrian entry, with Luna, Finn 17, chasing them in a close battle for 5th place. And now on the finishing line, if with Selma Valius as skipper and Vivi Moisio at the helm, and there's the joy for the all-female team. Wonderful performance. Then it's Anne-Sophie behind them in 4th place. Pandora holding their own against Luna for the 5th. So Pandora 5th, Luna 6th. And a bit of a gap, and then there is Sagita following Finnish entry with Timo Saalasti as skipper, and behind them their worst scoring so far, the Dutch team Falcon with Jan Willem Ipma at the helm and Bauerbeck calling the shots. The rest of the fleet is still rather far away from the finishing line, so we take a little break from the camera rig for now.
Okay.
Germania 3 and Severn finishing, while Ildrim at the last mark before the finish line, and then in the horizon we see a yellow spinnaker of Sphinx, and then half a dozen of more entries still halfway the downwind leg. Big gaps in the fleet today, some major shifts and pressure differences, and as a summary we can say that the right hand side on the beats was a very good choice today. If taking that way both beats, and after not the best start they could get back to the race and finish third, which is a remarkable result for a team which has been sailing that boat for only 2 weeks, and this is their second regatta together on an 8-meter. Convincing proof of girl power, if you like. And then there's again a large gap before we get Sphinx with Antti Toukolehto at the helm to the finishing line, and then still 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 spinnakers, 8 spinnakers on the race course heading to the finish line. But for now we take a little break and we are back for the race number 4 when it's starting hopefully pretty soon after finishing this one. Back to studio.
The 8-meter class is a construction class. The idea of the construction class is that you have different dimensions of the boat. You have length of it, you have width, sail plan, and so forth. And you put these numbers into a formula, and this formula gives you the result of an 8. And the same formula is also used for other classes like 6 meters, 10 meters, and 12 meters. The 8-meter class is a construction class. The idea of the construction class is that you have different dimensions of the boat. You have length of it, you have width, sail plan, and so forth. And you put these numbers into a formula, and this formula gives you the result of an 8. And the same formula is also used for other classes like 6 meters, 10 meters, and 12 meters. Under you and all the different noises kind of makes a difference for you, and it's quite emotional to sail an 8-meter, whereas modern boats might not bring that same kind of feeling in such a way. Sailing an 8-meter yacht is pretty different from many other yachts because usually you have a personal connection to the boat. You feel quite a lot for the boat, so you listen to the boat and you try to feel how she moves under you, and all the different noises kind of makes a difference for you. And it's quite emotional to sail an 8-meter, whereas modern boats might not bring that same kind of feeling in such a way.
Okay, some problems again with the connections. Here we go again. After 3 races, the top 5: IQM Switzerland, Starling Burgess Germany, Pandora Austria, Falcon Netherlands, and IF Finland with Selma Valius as a skipper. The ladies climbing 1 position, so they are now ahead of Luna, only 2 points between the 2 Finnish entries, and 7th is Timo Saalaski on Sagitta. While we are ready for race number 3, there is 2.5 minutes to the start. The wind has picked up slightly from the times of the first race today. I would say we are back on 16 knots at the best, 14 to 16 probably. And sea state is pretty sharp and short waves, so causing a little bit of problems. And the fleet is gathering on the line. Let's see what the tactical calls are this time. If did very well on the right hand side on the beach, so probably several boats are considering that as an alternative now. However, we know that every hour is different on these waters, so nothing is really the same as it just now was. One has to be awake for constant changes, constant shifts. 1 minute to the start. Pandora is pretty far at the pin end, while Starling Burgess, they seem to be closer to the committee vessel at the moment. Actually closest, if I'm not mistaken. Luna in the middle of the line, ladies on IF, pretty close to the committee boat, a little bit shadowed by Falcon at the moment, so they are not in clear winds, and 8 seconds to the start. Pandora looking good at the pin end. That's the start. Falcon covering, and that's a clean start, so there's no recalls. Falcon is lying on top of IF. Andromeda took a nice start here at the committee end on top of Severn, and below them a little bit further back is Starling Burgess, which came second in the first race today behind IQM. So Andromeda looking very good here at the committee end of the line, while Pandora is on the other end with someone whose serial number I can't see at the moment. Falcon looking nice, more in the middle of the line. IF couple of boat lengths behind, but they dug themselves out of there last time. Let's see how they can recover. Now the starts are not their strongest point. New class, new boat, new team, so very conservative start so far, but they are still able to come up and battle for the top positions. Here's Severn, Kate 23, and Ayana, Germany 6. While so far everyone is carrying on starboard tack. Our one boat, which is Sagitta, has tacked to port after a less successful start, and they are heading to the right, or basically just searching for clean air. And the ride is getting a bit lumpy for us as well, and a bit wet for the camera, so we're gonna close the mic for a while and we'll see the situation again at the top mark. Back to studio. upwind leg in the race 2 of today is getting complete. First one around the top mark again is Swiss Clem, heading already for the offset mark in front of us, and in the background there is Pandora, the Austrian entry, reaching the top mark second. They took the left hand side on the first beat and did very well that way. They had a perfect start as well, so very good performance from the Austrian team. Then a little bit of a gap behind them, and then it looks like Starling Burgess and Falcon are battling for the third spot. Falcon will be able to tack and leave bow in front of Starling Burgess, and or are they even crossing? It looks like they are crossing, tacking now in front of Starling Burgess. There they go, and very close, standing between Falcon and Starling Burgess, reaching the first top mark. Starling Burgess got the inner position there, laughing. Falcon, which is looking like heading for penalty turns. The attack was probably too close. Looks like they are looking for clean waters to do the penalty turn, which is not so easy because of the spectator boats. They must also move out of their way. Oops, that's looking pretty dangerous at the moment. And it's not Falcon's fault, because they have too many spectator boats limiting the water area. The attack in front of Starling Burgess was too close a call, and they completing their penalty turns, while the top contenders Iquem, Pandora, Starling Burgess, Andromeda, Anne-Sophie, Luna, Germania 3 and If, in a very tight pack, are rounding the offset mark. Then a bit of a gap again behind the ladies, who are here at the mark right now, setting the spinnaker, getting Falcon behind them after their penalty turn, which cost them a lot of positions. Here they come and get Windy to their stern, and Windy spinnaker halyard is off and the sail comes down. Causing a bit of a chaos on board. That was a full hoist already when the spinnaker halyard let go and the sail came down, and now there are surprised faces looking at the mast. Somebody's already climbing, trying to see where it's gone, but I think it's pretty high up, since the sail was almost all the way up when it let go. Pandora in the lead of the classic fleet, which is the Neptunes and the Sierra boats, and Iquem in control, the modern Swiss boat. Now Windy is taking the head sail down and probably taking the halyard on a climbing chair, and then or harness, and getting someone up there to someone up there to reach the spinnaker halyard. Actually, he hasn't got a harness at all. He's just putting the halyard around his legs. Hopefully that's safe enough to get the job done. We're getting Ilderim pretty close to us. I have to give them a little bit more space here. Is Bea Stelander at the helm, a young crew from Helsinki. Samuli Stelander, Ebba Stelander. It's a family business. Antti Lehtovirta, Nuutti Pyysiäinen, Karri Saarinen, Emil Rajala, Sakari Kosunen in this young team from Helsinki. Representing the Helsingfors Segel Club, Segel Sällskap, HSS. And then behind us we will see Katrina, Iroquois, Sphinx, German Ayana, and the Swedish boats Ilderim 2, and is it Vari there behind them? No, Vari is still on the upwind leg. There's Fulmar K22 behind Sphinx's yellow spinnaker, and Iroquois is having problems with their spinnaker. first downwind leg of race 2 is getting to the bottom gate, while Iquem already rounded it. There is Pandora from Austria taking their spinnaker down, picking up the left hand side mark, looking upwind, and then 3 boats neck to neck. There's Luna, there's Starling Burgess, and there is Andromeda. So 2 Finnish boats, 1 German entry, rounding exactly at the same time. But look at Andromeda now. There's a scary looking situation. The main was stuck on the wrong side at the giant. So far looks like everything is intact, while Starling Burgess is taking the breeze off Luna's sails. Luna and Starling Burgess heading right, Pandora and Andromeda to the left. And then the next pack of 3 boats, that's Ann-Sophie from Germany, If, the Finnish female team, and Germania 3. The ladies looking a bit undecisive whether they're going right or left. Spinnaker is not coming down. There's something stuck now up there. The spinnaker is still all the way up. The rounding is getting very wide. And now finally the spinnaker is coming down, but the rounding was not a success. Same thing on the German boat. They're struggling with the spinnaker takedown. So losing some valuable boat lengths there, these 2 teams. And now it's Sagitta, and there is Falcon inside at the mark. Very close pack of 3 boats again, rounding the same mark, while Severn taking their own private rounding here in front of us. Getting clean air and nice rounding. That was a good choice. Ilderim and Windy coming at the same time, picking different marks. Windy heading right and Ilderim left. And then the next duo will be Katrina and Ayana. Looks like they're both heading for the same mark. Katrina in the inside position there, but with less speed, while Ayana is rounding with speed on the outside. Katrina manages to take control there. Just need to get that main head sail in very quickly now. And then we have the last few boats. There's Ilderim 2 from Sweden, there's Sphinx and Iroquois, the local entries from Turku. Okay, here we are, top mark, second beat. Andromeda has overtaken a few positions and is second at the top mark. Iquem's long gone, and there comes then Pandora and Starling Burgess behind Andromeda, who went slightly more left but not all the way, taking a conservative track to the top mark, and very successful leg for the Finnish team. And then Austrian Pandora third, Starling Burgess fourth, and then a big gap to the next boats. So top four, or let's say Iquem is gone, and then a bunch of three boats battling for second on the last downwind leg. This is a 2-lap race. Germania 3 reaching the top mark next. They are lying fifth, while Luna, who went pretty far to the right this time, didn't find the pressure, didn't find the shift that they were probably looking for. They've fallen behind a bit from the top contenders, while Germania is having trouble to reach the mark. Let's see how they can pinch. It's looking all right. Just getting around. Wind has picked up here and there a little bit from the first race. Germania losing speed at the sticky rounding, but got around. Now they just need to ease the mainsail, otherwise reaching will be difficult. There we go. And Luna coming with full speed behind them. Then Sagitta, the green hulled Finnish boat. And then on the starboard ley line there's a big group of boats heading to the top mark. Getting headed right now is the all-female team on IF. They are definitely having difficulties to reach to the mark when Ann-Sophie, the German entry, is next at the mark. I lost the count already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ann-Sophie is lying ninth. And then it looks like IF is making it to the mark after all. Behind them there is Windy, Finn 8, and then Katrina and Vågspel following these two. IF at the mark, easing the Genoa slightly early, now getting around the mark. They are lying 10th if my count is correct, and then Windy, Katrina, Vågspel. And Severn. Oh, now there's a tricky looking moment on Katrina. They must ease the head sail quickly. Severn and Falcon getting into trouble because of Katrina's sticky rounding. Here they all come. Falcon is surely not happy with this speed. They had the problem at the first top mark rounding. They had to do a penalty turn and then more difficulties. So one of the top contenders lying far off the top battle. There is Ayana and Ilderim coming next, while we start following the fleet downwind to see how it finally folds out at the top. The Iquem looks like it's getting close to the finish line already, while we are still watching the rest of the pack around the top mark. We are moving downwind and back to studio for a while. 2 today. Race 4 altogether is coming to the finish line. Iquim, Switzerland has crossed it already, taking a 4th consecutive first and second in this race. Andromeda, Max Nordlund at the helm, is getting to the finish line right now. The seascape is getting a bit more jumpy and there's a bit more pressure here and there, but perfect sailing conditions prevail at Ariska while Andromeda is taking their best result in this regatta. Hands are in the air. Happy crew. Andromeda second, and then a very close battle between Starling Burgess and Pandora. There they come. Starling Burgess has got the inner position, jibing in a bit of a chaotic situation, but forcing Pandora to go wider, and that's Starling Burgess over the line, third, and they are happy. They caught Pandora on this last run, and there's Pandora from Austria finishing 4th, and then the pack behind them is a little bit further away. There is Luna from Finland and Germania 3 getting closer to the finish line. Looking like Luna's got the better position there, rounding the last mark before heading for the finish line. They're just ready to jibe. There's the Bauman already, both hands on the spinnaker pole, while Germania has already jibed, and there goes Luna's jibe. They'll be forcing Germania to a bit of a wider track before driving to port, and that's Luna finishing 5th and Germania 3, 6th. And then it's Sagitta and Ann-Sophie. Sagitta from Helsinki and Ann-Sophie from Germany. Ann-Sophie takes it from Sagitta. So they are number 7 and 8 at the finish line, and then a next battle is between the ladies on If and Windy, but If is a couple of boat lengths closer to the finish line, although the other end is higher up in the wind. This is gonna be tight from this angle, a bit hard to tell who's getting it. Oh, very close, very close. Okay, it was If before Windy, and then it looks like Vågspel and Falcon, who's surprisingly far behind in this race. We used to see them in the top punch, but not easy conditions today, and they had a bit of an incident at the first top mark rounding which dropped them several positions back, and they didn't manage to catch up this time. Perfect conditions continue, and we take a little break from the microphone back to the studio.
8-meter class is a construction class. The idea of the construction class is that you have different dimensions of the boat. You have length of it, you have width, sail plan, and so forth, and you put these numbers into a formula, and this formula gives you the result of an 8. And the same formula is also used for other classes like 6 meters, 10 meters, and 12 meters. Sailing an 8-meter yacht is pretty different from many other yachts because usually you have a personal connection to the boat. You feel quite a lot for the boat, so you listen to the boat and you try to feel how she moves under you, and all the different noises kind of makes a difference for you. And it's quite emotional to sail an 8-meter, whereas modern boats might not bring that same kind of feeling in such a way.
warning signal. 5 minutes to start. Two, one, now.
Onko mikki auki?
Mikki auki.
Ei tarvi mua kuvaa vaan vene. Everything's ready for the third race of the day, fifth in total. And after 4 races, Iquem carries on in the lead with 4 points from 4 races. Germany's Starling Burgess with 12 points in second place. Then it's Pandora, Austria, 16 points. Luna, Finland, 24. If Finland, 26. Falcon, Netherlands, 28. Germania 3, Germany 33.
3 minutes to start.
Sagitta, Finland 8 with 33 points. Ann-Sophie from Germany 9th, and 10th place overall after 4 races is Andromeda, Finland, which took a remarkable was it even a second place in this last race? Yes, correct. Andromeda's best so far, and everything's ready for race number 4. Race number 5, sorry. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Wind is between 14 and 20 knots. The gusts are pretty strong. The waves are getting sharper and sharper. At least on this rib, its conditions are getting a bit more wet than in the morning. 8 meters, they hardly notice these waves, but never mind. And let's see who's gonna position themselves where on this last race of the day. Andromeda here at the committee boat, while it's 1 minute and 35 seconds to the start. Pandora also at the committee end. So is Falcon. Sagitta in the middle, still pretty far off the line. Luna taking her position further down on the line, heading for the pin end. There's Severn and Sphinx with Luna.
15.
And 1 minute 15 seconds to go.
10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's the 1 minute signal. There's Ann-Sophie from Germany, closest to the pin end. Sphinx is speeding up. Still 35 seconds to kill. There's Windy, there's Severn, there's Luna, there's If, pretty far down. Still struggling with their starts, the ladies. Katrina coming nicely now towards the line. And behind us, there's Pandora in its own gap. A big bunch of boats now on top of each other. Luna Ayana, Ildirim, if all in a big pack, and if in the worst position being lowest, while Ann-Sophie and Sphinx in their free breeze, and Severn also. Vågspel looking good on top of Luna, and it's getting choppier and choppier as we speak. A lot of the boats already tacking to find clear lane. Majority of the boats closer to the pin end, but only half of them got their own winds and have to now battle to get into free air. We change course and see how the right side of the pack is doing. There is at least Falcon heading to the right side of the race course, and is that Starling Burgess ahead of them. There is Fulmar, there is Sagitta, and now also Ilderin, Windy and If joining the boats heading for right. If has to give away to a starboard attacker, which is Andromeda. And we have to speed up now to stay clear of the fleet, and switching off the microphone for a while. Back to studio. Voitko toista? Third race of the day. Iquem as usual leading the pack to the first rounding. The Swiss team is sailing flawlessly, making no mistakes, and with the superior boat speed staying ahead of the older boats with no problem so far, and pretty precise ley line. Looking from this point, they are at the top mark right now, tacking around it to the offset mark and spinnaker setting. And then behind them, Starling Burgess looking good for second place, and less surprisingly Pandora being the closest rival there. Behind them, reaching the top mark on port tack, as is Luna, the Finnish team, behind Starling Burgess, which is tacking to the mark now as we speak. Some strong gusts after the start and at the start. But basically the wind remaining between the 14 and say 18 knots. That's Pandora third, tack around the mark, and right behind them another dark blue hulled boat. That's Luna with Harry Rochier at the helm. Pandora's helmsman is Werner Doering, and behind Luna there is Falcon, the Dutch team with Jan Willem Ipma at the helm. They are lying fifth at the moment. And then Anne-Sophie, another great performance from the Neptune class boat. Falcon also being a Neptune class boat. And then Ilderim tacking around the mark. Young Finnish team from Helsinki. And behind them Severn, Dutch, German team. German team with Sven Schulz at the helm, followed by Iroquois and Sagitta. Iroquois helmed by Hasse Karlsson, the Commodore of Aristo Segersällskap, the hosting yacht club of this event. And behind Iroquois and Sagitta there are the Germans on Germania 3 and the Finnish team Andromeda with Max Nordlund at the helm. They took an astonishing second place in the fourth race, the second race today. Then a little gap, and the next one around is K22 Fulmar, and then Windy Fin 8 behind Fulmar. Fulmar is driven by David Smith, and Windy's helmsman is Matti Ervamaa from Helsinki. Then Katrina and Vauxbell neck to neck, two Helsinki boats, and German Ayana with Torkel Sintorn at the helm. Then Sphinx, they were looking a bit better in the early stages of this race, but again have fallen behind, and definitely a disappointment for this young team with experienced Antti Toukolehto at the helm. and for the ladies not the best race going on. They are rounding the top mark only now, and there is a lot to climb for them in this race. So far they've been very consistent and making little mistakes or very few mistakes, but now this race has not started well for them. They are followed by Ilderim 2 from Sweden, and then the race course is empty as Vari has already gone to port. They had everything well on board but didn't want to do the third race of the day. So that's everyone around the mark at the top, and we heading to the bottom gate and back to studio. IQM rounding the bottom gate, race 5, race 3 today, and first lap done. There's one more lap to go and then the day is complete. IQM with clean sheet so far, only first on the table, and then follows the rather even pack of classics. Starling Burgess first from Germany. Eckhard Kaller at the helm, followed by Austrian rivals on Pandora, K35, Werner Doering at the helm. So far both boats and the third one as well going around the same mark and heading left. So does Finnish Luna with Harry Rochier at the helm, while Falcon, Jan Willem Ipma, Bauer Becking decide to take their own mark and heading to the right side of the last beat. Luna decides to tack immediately at the mark and joining Falcon to the right. They had a bit of disturbance from the front going boats. The tack was pretty close with not such a good speed, but they cleared the mark, while Anne-Sophie, the German entry, with Hans-Georg Klein at the helm, is rounding the gate, and then it's Ilderim, Severn and Sagitta coming to the spinnaker takedown and gate rounding next. That's Sagitta first of the three of them. They are still under giving the last calls from the helm, and that's the spinnaker down just about on time. Severn coming right behind them, and then Sagitta following. So most of the boats have taken the mark to left side of the beat. Now there's a bit of a problem on Severn, they not getting the sails suited in on time, stopping Sagitta behind them, which is forced to tack away to get clean air. Now the Genoa sheet is stuck, now there it goes, and Sagitta is pretty much standing by now, lost their speed completely at the rounding, and then the tack did the rest of it, and they are on still stand, not getting onto port tack, now coming back to starboard, and that was a disaster for them. Severn got back to speed, while Sagitta is now completely stopped and Andromeda rounding her on outside. Germania 3 heading to the right side of the course from the other mark, and now there's a tight pack getting to the rounding. There is Katrina, there is, where is there? There's Windy, there's Ayana and Fulmar rounding at the same time. Also Sphinx reaching the gate and going right in port tack, and then another three boats. It's Iroquois, which has been taken over by quite a few boats on this lake. They were lying pretty nicely at the top. Vågspel and the ladies on If, who have caught up to the main pack, being quite far behind at the top mark. So majority of the fleet rounded right to go to the left side of the upwind leg, a handful of boats going to the right, and soon we're gonna see who's gonna turn out the best on this final upwind leg before the final downwind run to finish line, and then that's the whole day complete. We take a break from the rib and back to studio. leg is getting closer to its end. Iquem already went past us on run with Spinnaker up, while the rest of the fleet is heading to the top mark. Starling Burgess in control ahead of Luna, which is getting closer and has overtaken Pandora. Pandora now tacking to starboard ley line, and there between Luna and Pandora is Falcon, so the race is getting closer and closer. Starling Birds is slightly ahead of these three, but then Luna, Falcon and Pandora very close, three behind. The German team already around the top mark and heading for the offset mark. All set for the Spinnaker. The wind is slightly dropping now. The peaking wind strength seems to be gone for the day. And there comes the Spinnaker of Starling Burgess as they are rounding the offset mark for the last beat to the finish line in this 2-lap race. We've done 3 of them today in good pace. So good job from the organizing committee. Everything's been happening on time today, and here comes Luna now in 3rd place, hoisting the kite. Up it goes and they bear away, following Starling Burgess, looking back to the closest rivals, Pandora, Austria and Falcon, Netherlands. Spinnakers smoothly, quickly up, and nobody's jibing. It's a rather straight line to the finish, looks like. Wind is a little bit more on the starboard side, so there's no need to go into a jibe, while German Anne-Sophie is rounding the offset mark, getting its Spinnaker up. They've been sailing very well the whole day. Followed by Andromeda, another positive performance of the day, even won 2nd place. And now following Anne-Sophie to the last final run, and they are in the 7th position. Next boats are just getting to the top mark. There is Severn and Germania 3, 2 German teams. And followed by Sagitta from Helsinki. On the starboard ley line there is If, looks like slightly overlaid the mark again. And before If to the mark, Ilderim. However, If has climbed up quite a few positions. They had a poor first leg and they're right at the back of the fleet, but now they have several boats behind them, so nice improvement. And then we see Iroquois with a small jib, underpowered, trying to reach the top mark. with Vågspel taking the stern and windy, fully powered on port tack heading to the starboard ley line at the background, while Ilderim goes round the offset mark, sets the spinnaker. They have changed to the full size kite again. They were using the strong wind spinnaker last run, while the ladies are hoisting their orange and white spinnaker and continue to chase the boats in front of them, followed by Katrina, and then Iroquois, while we start heading to the bottom mark and close the microphone for a while back to studio. coming to the end while Iquem already crossed the finish line and is on her way home. And here we see Starling Burgess and Luna, a tight finish between the two for second and third place in this final race of the day. That's Luna in third. And then we have the Dutch team Falcon with Jan Willem Ipma at the helm, heading for the fourth place. They are also the first Neptune class boat finishing this race. Behind them another Neptune, that is German Anne-Sophie, a very steady goer. And then Pandora, they took a chance, they jibed. We said at the top mark that there's no point of jibing. They tried, they failed, they lost ground and positions. So disappointment to Pandora, the Austrian team, on the last leg. They tried to do something radical, went for it, but it didn't work. So 1, 2, 3, Falcon fourth, Anne-Sophie fifth, and Pandora sixth. And behind Pandora we have the Finnish Andromeda. Heading for seventh place in this third race of the day and fifth in the regatta. And now after 5 races the World Championship is complete. We have official results already, and from tomorrow when the 6th race is complete, then the boats can start using their dropouts, so the worst result can be dropped out of the total amount of points. K23 Severn coming for 8th place, German team, and another Neptune class contender. Behind them Germania 3, also in the Neptune class and from Germany. Behind them Sagitta from Helsinki, a green-hulled boat, and then another Helsinki-based team, that's Ilderim. And behind them the ladies who started from the back of the fleet this race at the first rounding, but have climbed up quite a few places. And then a solid line of boats. There's behind the ladies Katrina, then Iroquois, Windy, Vågspel, Sphinx and Fulmar. And Ilderim 2 from Sweden is holding the other end of the pack, and there is still one more boat which I can't recognize from here. It must be Ayana, the German team. So that's the fleet finishing the day, finishing the 3 start day. All went according to the plan in great conditions, and we are heading for day 3 tomorrow with 2 more starts before the final last race on Saturday. That's all from us. Back to the studio.